Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Welcome. Hello Lula, hello Franciscus. Hello VJ, hello Joshua. Welcome to the stream, friends. Ready for a fun-filled day of Dota 2 adventures? I'm ready. Ah, yeah. Why am I playing normal? One sec, let me show you why. I'm in Vancouver. Does this answer your question? Your body's ready. Great. This is my first game? Yeah, we started 2 minutes ago. Yo, did you have Bola? Thanks, man. $240 baby. Let's switch back to DirectX 11. Hi, Vibev. Different 2 hours. All right, Franciscus, I want you to read something, man. Do you know what this part means, Franciscus? The AM. Hi, Andre. Damn it, reading is so hard. Yo, Andrew. Hi, Mosin. Let's play some Dota! Exclamation mark play! Completely drained, played 12 hours, continues today, 12 games, time to relax watching the Blue Lord play. Thanks, Athy. I am a better support player after watching you. Good job, Mosin. By the way, have you seen my support video? Can you join? Nope. Not looking for parties. Hi, Vineet. You're a better player after watching me? Good. I would hope so after 4-digit hours. Good, Mosi. Good. Watch the video, but it's not of this patch. It's way old, actually. Actually, it doesn't matter what patch it is. The video is still relevant. It's still relevant, guys. It doesn't matter. You had an interview today, Vinny. What for, buddy? Was this for India's finest in brown? Give me a game, give me a game, give me a game. Oh, so it was a mock interview, a fake interview. Right. Hello, my name is Vineet. I'm graduating from university. I'm looking for a job. I want to make lots of money. Why do you want this job? I like money. Do you want a better job responsibility and future career paths, or do you want more money? Yes. Yeah, you caught me. I'm Indian. How did you guys know? Come on, give me the game. Put this chat on the screen. What lag? Is there lag? Somebody lagging? I don't know about no lag. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay, well, nothing happened anyways, so we're just in a queue simulator. Guys, do any of you have your YouTube homepage become list view because of the usual instead of the usual review? Does this answer your question? Bam. So the answer to your question is no. I have grid view. And it's great. I feel like you lag sometimes when you alt tab. Alt tab. Alt tab. Alt tab. Alt tab. Did it lag? Maybe we should watch some Dota, I guess. Lordy. Handskin? He's playing Jug? Alright, fuck it, let's watch it. If in a project I do 80% of the work and my teammates does only 20, and in the end he takes most of the credit, what will you do?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again?
That is an excellent question.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long.
Well, you can talk to your supervisor or whoever has the power to fire him, or discipline him, or go to HR. Pretty sure those are the correct answers. This guy's always in my fucking morning unranked games. Always.
Ooh.
How does that work?
Somewhat.
33 wins, 70 matches? Holy shit, it's not even like he has a high win rate. He doesn't even win half his games.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Exactly what Blue said. Of course.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
So no one's signed up for support yet, guys. Okay.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
That's why it's a normal match? Ah, you're right, Master. You're right. Mary Jane with 40-something% win rate on a
10
Smurf account
seconds.
wants to play mid.
5 seconds left.
He just picked a Shadow Fiend, dude. Yeah, I don't think I want this gun.
goal is to have fun.
My homepage is list view, not grid view. Are you kidding me? What rain noise, Henry Nguyen? What rain noise?
10 seconds.
5
seconds left.
Oh, I don't know what to pick, guys. Fuck, I'm just gonna play some
Your pick
Underlord.
now. Meepo. What?
Good morning, Aditya. You predict it's gonna be spicy, Athy? But here's a question. How spicy? Spicy like chickens? I mean, Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich? Or spicy like a hot tamale? Or spicy like a, like a ghost pepper? Am I gonna make Atos Underlord this game? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, we haven't even seen the draft yet. This bitch is gonna be right-clicking hard. He's already swearing. Thank you, Lily. I'm alt tabbing. It's not actually lagging. Thanks, fuck Win. I mean, fuck Nguyen. Okay, so the white girl says no lag, but the brown guy says it's lagging. Sad? What's so sad, man? Why are you sad, fuck? Hey, Henry, you here, buddy? Henry! Henry!
There is work to be done.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh yes.
See, we have another Nguyen in the stream.
See if I don't.
You wanna fucking
Let the battle
You're
begin.
gonna fucking whatever, dude. 3 top.
Right, this is land on Easy Street.
Yes. I come to cover. Your lord is under attack.
Okay. Fucking Miranda. Oh god.
Face me. Of course.
Where's Miranda, dude? Oh, I gotta punch you.
Denied.
Into the tower you fucking go, alright? Or not.
Immediately. But how?
Hush, blood! My quest begins auspiciously.
Desire death. I will abide.
Oh, the courier, dude! Oh my goodness.
Not a foe. Yes. Let me
Can these guys stop just fucking being all annoying and shit?
You will not be spared. Firestorm.
Fucking all you, can you fucking cunty motherfuckers just stop being cunty?
The pleasure will be
Oh, you pulled it, ya? Oh.
immediately.
Yeah, you wanna fucking chain pull this bitch? Yeah, you wanna chain pull that?
To the dark.
Well, you can't.
Oh yes. Nice.
Oh, you have a ward over here, do ya? You fucking cunt.
I come to conquer. Despair rules.
Okay, Matt. Nice. Nice. Yeah, miss some last hits. Go ahead. Alright, don't miss last hits.
Yes.
Do you think that... Oh, God.
Without mercy.
Look at this Coddle being super annoying and shit.
Yes. The pleasure will be mine.
What the fuck? There's an arrow coming at me just now.
There is work to be done.
Yeah, you like that, Drow? What the fuck? There's another arrow coming at me. But hey, Hollow died. Pudge got strength. Oops, I don't need seconds, so shit. Second stout shield.
Darkness. With pleasure. Your lord is under attack. There is no hope. Absolutely. Of course.
Bottom tower is under attack.
See if I don't. I bring
Top tower is under attack.
Okay, bud. You get arrowed.
there is no hope.
What the fuck, Pudge? You slow shit. Oh no!
Arms for the dead. Despair moves. Visible.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Without mercy.
Woo! You see that combo? I fucking just took it like a bitch for a good, like a...
お前はもう死んでいる。
I took it like a bitch for a good, like 3 seconds and then, debated the drow. Hey, I have some mana for you.
I
Double kill.
Let's stack this. I'd rather have more farm than deny the waves, I think. We don't have any wards on the map, huh? Like, any.
There is work to be done. Immediately. I'm not ready. To the dark.
So we are actually gonna pull this wave into here as well, so we can farm them both at the same time.
Of course. Absolutely. Yes.
Nice try, bud.
The pleasure will be mine.
He's gonna arrow me.
Yes. Your lord is under attack.
Oh god. Oh, that's gonna hit. Oh dude, what a smart player. So smart. I actually don't care.
Killing spree.
Tree's level 7. Oh shit. He's level 7 at 8 minutes? What's you dressed up as Templar on stream yesterday? Wow. What a fucking nerd. Mirana's a 4, right? No, Mirana's a 3.
Pleasure. There is no hope. I come to conquer. Immediately.
Your top tower is under attack.
Where's Mirana's missing.
Without mercy. Guts will spill. Firestorm. Seize if I don't.
She has 3 leaps, doesn't she? It's kind of pointless, all of this.
Absolutely.
What?
Yes. Regeneration. Despair moves. Vibrant darkness.
Oh fuck, there's a treant here. And a coddle. Oh Jesus. 3 top.
Dominate.
Actually, when did I even get 2 kills? I don't remember getting 2 kills.
structures are fortified.
There is work to be done. Burn. Come to die. Scorching. Your lord is under attack.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Ooh, your bottom tower
Moonlight.
is kind of bad.
Oh! God.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
It's not time yet.
Oh, they have a Korean. I can heal the tires. Why is my PC brown? Alienware?
Vanguard.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, not your job or something?
Oh yes.
What am I being pinged for?
The pleasure will be mine.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
There is work to be done.
Double damage.
I come to conquer.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Radiant structures are fortified.
Power of teamwork compels you.
Dire structures are fortified.
Hi, Shane. Hi, Christian. Was actually the stack 3 function? What?
Dominate.
Bum, 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 bum. Hi, Manny Deep.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Man, I just cancel that shit, dude.
Mega kill.
Fucking hell.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Tick entire team to bottom? What if that tower's useless? What the fuck? Oh, I thought it didn't spawn for a second. That's a really far in the tree, dude.
pleasure will be mine.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Without mercy.
My quest.
Oh wait, Chronosphere can see wards?
Your bottom
But
tower
imagine
is
that shit.
under attack.
Absolutely.
Are you even watching your top tower? Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I don't. Guts will spill.
Seriously? Why? Morty.
There is no hope.
Fake stuff.
Moonlight.
With pleasure.
Algún día usarás la cabeza, pedazo de imbécil.
What?
There is work to be done.
Come on, creep. Get over here, you fucking dumb shit.
Your top tower needs some help.
Our words are just garbage.
I'm not ready.
Wow.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously? Your top tower is under attack.
You know, actually, this Shadow Fiend's right. Like, this ward is really dumb. Trust me, I play a little bit of support.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Not yet.
Dire's structures are fortified. Killing spree! Dominate!
Oh my god, that void just...
Killing spree!
Oh my god, we're getting... Oh god. Ah. That doesn't sound like a discussion. Ronald, thanks for subscribing. Is this a ranked game? Nope.
Heads up, we're back!
I mean, we're only 7 kills behind, so it's not
Bottom
terrible.
tower is under attack. Rally the troops called in the fortification.
Hey, let's just play the game, man. He was a dick about it.
Tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
There is work to be
Your
done.
bottom tower has fallen.
This is a little spicy, Effie. Oblivion said, what? Why? Why would Void have an Oblivion staff? Is he going Echo Saber?
Without mercy.
Oh! They're doing Roshan or some shit?
Oh yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Roshan
Oh
is-
god, I don't want to die.
There is no hope.
Thanks.
Immediately. Absolutely.
Your mid-tower mad at you. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Top tower needs some help.
Isn't that always funny to watch? See ya. Woo! See, even Underlord's laughing. Hey, Vu! There's a guy in the stream, his name is Fuck Nguyen. You know him? He's Vietnamese. I think he's Henry's brother. Henry Nguyen's brother. His name is Fuck Nguyen. I shit you not.
Obedience.
Oh, jeez. What the?
Killing spree!
What? Oh, Jesus.
Mega kill!
Okay. Am I Asian? Nah, I'm black. He actually has Echo Saber. Wow!
The pleasure will be mine.
The top tower has fallen!
God damn!
Smoke weed
Who said that tower's under attack?
Face me.
Radiant structures are fortified. Got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Is it possible to stream on Twitch? It is possible. Anything is possible. Did I deny it? I did.
Been denied. I bet your tower really appreciated that. Barracks are under attack. They're trying to break through. Stop them!
Somebody fucking do something.
The top barracks is falling.
Where am I? Oh, I'm here. I'm dead.
Double kill. The top barracks are under attack.
You have learned
Your top
nothing.
barracks ain't nothing no more. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Guys, our Void has
Over
Echo
here, we
Saber.
have your middle tower.
He has
Not
Echo
near them
Saber.
no more.
He has Echo Saber.
Smoke weed.
He has Echo Saber.
Oye, imbécil de mierda.
He has Echo Saber.
The middle barracks has fallen.
I have never seen this item on Void before. Ever. But here we are. Like, why would he need the strength or the intelligence? I don't know, man.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Don't you need Manta against Drow? Void's probably Asian. Why do you think that he's Asian? New idea? I think Herald ideas. That's what I think. Where's that Vu guy? Hey man, do you know this guy? His name is Fuck. I think he is. Jesus Christ. Fuck means hey Guang, Guang, are you their cousin? Are you their cousin? Are you guys all related? Echo Saber Void. Now that is something. Indeed, yes it is. Yes it is. Naguyen is the most famous name in Korea. Yes, yes it is. You're absolutely right. No, it is the most popular. Yeah, most popular Korean name for sure. That's why you see all the Naguyens making kimchi. You know, we got our own kimchi. All right, let's play some ranked. Yeah, you know those K-pop videos, those sexy K-pop girls and K-pop guys, and those Korean actors. A lot of them are Naguyens. Is it a first name or a last name? Yes. Rain? What Rain? Oh, you mean Rain, the K-pop star? B Rain. He's a Naguyen too. I know what you're talking about. Korean Rain. Wait, I'll Google it for you guys. For those of you who are uneducated on this matter, look, Korean Rain. That is Rain. Maybe you don't know his name, but maybe you know his face. Rain. He's a Naguyen too. Yeah, you guys know your shit. You guys know your shit. Rain Naguyen. You don't know his face? You're not a real K-pop star. You know his abs. Oh. I mean, I guess his face does look like every other Korean's face. All the Koreans, they got their face from the same family group of plastic surgeons. Alright, let's read some more comments. His mean raining no Korean artist rain. Are you sure? Are you him? Some people fap watching him at night. Is that what you do? Uspan University. Hey. What's your role you choose at rank? Position 4. I don't know, man. His face not that special, I suppose. What is this? This is definitely not a Roblox stream, I can tell you that. Same hearing like raining sound? I know hear that too. I don't know what you're talking about. What raining sound? Okay, Lulu. Okay, I get it. You're a fan of his body. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what that guy's talking. Hi, BJ. I like Metallica, but sure. Rain is okay. Well, thank you for sharing. Naguyen is the most popular family name in Vietnam. I thought it was the most popular name in Korea, Guang. And are you that other guy's brother? Are you Fuck's brother? Fuck, like this guy right here. Wait, you're gonna tag him. Are you this guy's brother? I see that you guys have the same last name. Like, do you guys both come? You guys both live in the same house in Korea? Need like a week or two. I'll show you abs. Okay, Lulu. Yeah, I believe you. Hi, Nicholas. What rain?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Okay. Rank 500, rank 900, rank 500, rank 400. Laham Qui Bruli.
10 seconds.
You don't know him, but he has the same last name.
5 seconds.
You told me it's a Vietnamese name, but another guy told me it's a Korean name. Where's that guy? Somebody said it was a famous Korean name. Where is he?
Okay, your pick now.
There,
You know
there it
what
is.
to
Look,
do.
look at this guy's
Your
comment.
pick.
Look,
This
Aditya
is
said,
where you win
"Is Nguyen the
or
most
lose."
famous name in Korea?" And I said, yes. Holy shit, we're just picking bada bing bada boom. I mean, they're two best players already picked. 0 match MVPs? Is this guy a Smurf? Or is he just a terrible player? 2 battle passes?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, too much information, Lulu Chan. Too much information. I agree, TMI. TMI. I don't even know what to pick.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick now.
Oh, I'm playing
Meepo.
Lena.
What? Huh?
There are millions of Korean people in Vietnam with the last name Nguyen? So Kwang, like, are you like half Korean, 1/4 Korean, full Korean? Nguyen is definitely a Vietnamese name, but Adit just said it was a famous Korean name. Who do I believe? I don't know who to believe.
Watch it.
Henry,
I'm hot.
who do we believe? Henry, are you Korean?
This was
Henry?
in the bag the day Axe was born.
Hey man, you Korean?
Fortune and glory await.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
How you? So my day's going alright, man. How's yours? Spanglish. Believe everything on the internet. That's right, I do.
Burn a path.
See.
Yes.
Taco. Enchilada. Quesadilla.
Tu madre, tu madre.
Salsa. El Chapo. Pablo Escobar.
English.
30
What
seconds
the
till
fuck?
showtime.
Negro English.
Lots to do before the battle starts. So get cracking.
I'm gonna bet my one streak on this, guys.
In the bag.
I made him swear. Good. Good.
Time to hotfoot it.
What the fuck? How?
The heat is on. Yes. On it. Open fire.
Nice.
Woo!
To battle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good job, X.
Quick.
Fei Chong Hao. Fei Chong Hao.
It's over 9,000!
Taco Taco.
What is fucking
Time
tiny?
to hotfoot it.
Say puta.
Heat wave.
Okay. Okay, Axe. I see that you have items. You're welcome. Where's Fairy Fire?
Yes. Like a wildfire. I go with the blazes. I'm going. Burn a path.
Oh shit, dude. Battle Hunger.
That was just a warm up. Burn
Yo,
a
I want
path.
another Fairy Fire.
Now
I'm
this
going.
Ah, okay.
My. Nice.
Time to hot foot it.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Oh yeah.
I watch Pablo Escobar. He goes like this, something puta, and then he spits in his hand. Daryl, is that what you South Americans do?
On it.
Do all South Americans do that? Daryl,
Like a wildfire.
you're South American, right, Daryl?
Yes. Quick. To battle.
You're Indian? What? Damn it, Daryl! God. Everyone wanted that last hit. Oh, I got it.
I go like the blazes.
Yeah, you like that, fucking Daryl? You like that?
Quick.
Daryl's sick of my shit.
I go like the blazes. Oh yeah.
Oh fuck! I meant to like right-click the reach group. Ah, dodged like a fucking matrix.
Like a wildfire. I'm going.
Didn't he pull too early? Actually, I don't even know if he pulled early or not.
Yes.
Oh.
On it.
Whoa, tiny sir.
Time to hot
Am I fucking dead? Mommy? I'm dead. Tiny bottom.
Fade from memory. You belong in the ground.
The young firebrand returns.
Have I ever heard of Raw Dota Henry? You mean the guy who's been accused of buying accounts? Super toxic.
Yes.
Got banned from Twitch and YouTube.
Are you even watching?
Apparently he hit 7K though. Good Dota 2 player. Hi Sebastian. Hey Sebastian. Do all South Americans say puta? Oh god.
Killing spree.
Oh god.
Double kill.
I still got it.
I just came down here, dude. I'm dead already. 3 nice. Got him.
Baptism by fire.
Oh shit, I bought an extra TP scroll for no reason.
Time to hot foot it.
No, there's so much like information on Reddit about him just fucking being toxic and buying accounts.
Quick.
Anyways, doesn't matter.
Heat wave.
What the fuck? It's warded.
Burn them up. Yes. Yes.
What?
To battle. I'm going. Bring the heat.
I don't have anything for you, dude. God damn it!
Burn out and fade away.
Got him. Got him.
Killing spree!
Since he got banned on Street, you think he's a psycho?
To your bottom tower.
Yeah.
This is one of the things in the
Yeah, a lot of people.
Nice, Tiling. Estás para torneos ya, mano. Ah.
Dude, I'm level 6 now. That's great.
Oh, los primeros niveles.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left to burn.
Han cambiado, es golpeado, de línea.
Okay, you want to kill mid?
King.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Voy a seguir. No, bueno.
Like a wildfire.
Oh shit.
Heat wave.
Middle tower's under attack.
Fire away.
Dominate!
Time to hot foot it.
Oh,
Yes. I'm going.
Double kill!
no cresta.
To battle.
What is Kunkka doing? Kunkka doing?
I'm going Baron.
Yes. I go like
Kunkka's been
blazes.
jungling for like God knows how long.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Invoker's coming
Like a
top again.
wildfire. I'm going.
Justo.
Time to hot foot it. Yes.
Top, top.
I go like the blazes. To battle.
No cresta, oh my god.
You're fucking surprised by this.
Killing spree!
Does Ice Wall take away my clarity?
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
On it.
You fucking shit! Oh, my wand, dude!
You are no match for my power.
You'll always
Dun,
be
dun,
my
dun, dun. Oh no!
with the ship.
Man, this game is so fucking chaotic.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Top tower is under attack.
He's not carrying TP scroll?
Guy is doing that glow. What to do? Let's call in the fortification.
Not yet.
The top tower is under attack.
I'm going.
God damn it! Oh, dude.
The top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there! Your top tower
Yeah,
is
this
under
actually should really have
Hello,
TP's
top
for.
tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. All I know is I've died 6 times.
It's chilly. Throw another hero on the fire. Burn a path. Time to hot
I'm coming.
Help
I have
swelter.
boots for you.
I go like the blazes. Like a wildfire. Quick. Oh, that's hot. Yes. Scorch 'em. Oh yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Oh. I'm not ready. Heat wave. Attack. Burn them all. Yes. I'm going.
Yeah, no blink dagger yet? Oh no, it doesn't. We have a plan? Are we doing something? Dun 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 dun.
Heat wave.
Level 4? Level 4X? That's good initiation tool.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Guy is putting up a barricade.
Burn a path. Yes. Time to hot flash.
No moonlight.
To battle.
15-minute runes?
Yes.
Smoke's a good idea. 10-3?
I go like the blazes.
Fuck's going on?
Like a wildfire.
Oh, that was a swing.
Burn a path. I'm going.
Holy fuck, he's so tanky, dude. Oh my god! Is he dead?
I'm under attack.
Good.
To the deep with you.
Yes. Yes.
What the fuck? I only hit the range creep?
Oh yeah. Quick.
Wonder if these bottom bounty runes are still there. Oh yeah, get that tower,
battle.
baby.
Not yet.
Nope, they're gone.
I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot it.
Oh, I don't have money. Or
Burn a
dust.
path.
I don't have my ether lens though.
Oh
I need
yeah.
to buy dust.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Open fire. I'm going.
Alright, we're gonna buy dust.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To battle.
You has deck.
Come.
I'm coming.
Higher up.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
What the fuck?
Quick.
What's going on?
Mission. Keep that mission. Okay.
I go like the blazes. Yes.
Moonlight.
On it.
Tienen mission acá en sí.
Leave a
That's new.
center.
It's kind of recent.
Like a wildfire.
They're here.
Ahí métele cuerpo.
What the fuck, dude? Die, bitch!
Estoy muerto ya.
The fuck's going on?
Me pego a ti, Axel, creo.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Double kill!
Mira que le metes el combo de una vez, güey.
For nothing.
Come and get it.
Hey, it's working out. It's working out.
Con esto juego gente ya.
Let's heat things up.
Bien, acá tienen un igual alcance, basta.
Burn a path.
No puedes hacer eso. Te va a matar.
Like a wildfire.
Double damage.
No era, si tienen water y eso ya era.
Fire. Heat wave. On it.
No, eres segunda nomás.
I'm going.
Era segunda, viejo.
Oh yeah.
¿Qué parte que no entienden? Capaz si ahí está ganando puntos, 5, si nos permite, está ganando.
Yes. I go like the blazes.
Sí.
Quick. Money to burn. To battle.
Regen top.
I'm going. Heat.
Pasa acá.
Quick.
Era que antes estábamos, tengo que para salvar.
Está limpo que Walker
Your
está
middle tower is under attack!
Time to hot foot it.
If your mid tower could
Oh,
talk,
Oh, I'm in
it'd
such
be
a dangerous area,
mad
dude.
at you.
I'm scared.
Yes.
Fuck, I don't have mana for my Laguna. Yes!
Burn a path. I go like the blazes. Yes.
Hey, take the tome, maybe.
Time to hide. Like a wild Burn a path. Divine scepter. I go like the blazes. All fired up. On it.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no
To
more.
battle.
Puede que lo está.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Should I be middle right now?
I'm
You
going.
better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Estudiando, este es enfermito.
Dire structures are fortified.
Quick.
PKD, podemos pushar.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Burn a path.
Métete su Jairo.
Oh yeah.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Dang it, it's your something. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going.
Hey, can you leverage me, pussy?
To battle.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good.
Time to hot foot it.
TP antes.
Yes.
I'm higher level than Invoker, are you serious?
Heat wave.
I'm higher level than all of them, dude.
Help swell.
Tengo un smoke todavía. Pero ya tiene BKB el Jairo ya.
Take it back.
Like a wild.
¿Cómo te pego?
Coming bottom.
Light him up.
You fucking bitch!
Killing spree.
Yes.
Creo que no era para proteger.
Blazes. On it. I'm going.
I don't need to show.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice.
On the
Your middle tower's under attack.
Heat wave. On it. Time to hot foot it. Oh yeah. Burn 'em up.
What's my next item, boys and girls?
To battle.
Didn't Dota win like the most toxic community award? Something like that.
Burn a path.
The most toxic.
Yes.
I don't want to die, dude.
Yes. Like a wild.
Oopsie.
Blazes.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a
Dagger.
fucking cool ass Lina.
On it. I go like the blazes.
Creo que vamos ya. Ven, tengo un smoke. Ah,
Yes.
Street Rhythm, thanks for subscribing.
Yes.
Killing spree!
Think about this win.
Dominate! Double kill!
Be the flames. Like a wildfire.
Yo, Lagger, how you doing, friend?
Quick. Heat wave. Oh yeah.
Take it away.
Time to hot footage.
Oh shit, they're fucking going hella deep, eh? Hella deep, eh?
Burn a path.
Dominate!
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Sunstrike, Sunstrike!
Wow.
I'm going.
Creo igual si te ibas, te morías, ¿sabes? Te morías. Si no te daba eso. No me eches culpa entonces, nah.
To battle.
Póngase atrás, el Kunkka va a resistir todo. Póngase atrás nomás, no te dejes que te ataque. Nah, ya cayó mi Kunkka, vete, lo vas, causa, vete. Ah, no.
Oh shit.
Se pasó el invoker, está bien igual.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I go with the blazes.
Good.
Oh, quería comer algo, así que voy a...
Qué asco, se pagó para poner un Sunstrike nomás, era para ponerme a tu costado. Ay, su madre.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
A sus papitas de este.
Ya te van a matar, ¿ah? Vete, vete.
Bien, chupetín.
Time to hot footage. Yes.
Ooh, sound effects working?
Están buscando
Hey,
el war.
I think they're not working. Let me restart the
Están
bot.
buscando el war. Ya entraron, ya.
Yes.
Can you just clip that and make it your work alarm? Hey Henry! We have another Naguyan in the stream chat, and I was wondering if you were his brother or his cousin.
It's not time yet.
His name is Kwang. Q-U-A-N-G. His name is Kwang Naguyan, and
I go like the blazes. On it. Heat wave.
Mira,
God.
para ya ir otra vez, vamos a meter última. Porque nada.
Burn a path.
we're all cousins or some shit.
To battle.
Yeah, the incest has been way too long, century after century.
Like a wildfire. Time to hot foot it. Quick.
Ah, su
Where is
resiste
Invoker?
mucho esa mierda. Me cayó.
Hawk Brim, thanks for subscribing. What the hell's going on with there?
Ahora.
To battle.
Shoot you guys mid.
Oh yeah.
Chaco, tornado, esquívalo.
I'm going.
Tiene que caber, ya lo separo. Ay, quémalo rápido.
No! Oh god! Oh.
Camina para el mismo lado.
Ah, yes. Oh, yeah.
Yo he visto. No he visto nada, no he visto nada.
No, pero igual si le metía la animación iba a demorar mucho.
Que se enfermo, la salvada Jairo. Qué asco.
Speaking of, does sound effects work yet? Sound effects work?
Oh, Yara. Oh, Yara. Ya sale, papi. Este no se lo denota.
Not time yet. Heat wave.
Let the enemy deny
Oh shit, there's a tiny here.
El negador picó, me pierdo.
Yes. Like a
That'd
wild
be fake, right?
Quemada, quémalo.
¡Quémalo!
They're fake?
No. Ah,
Burn 'em up.
They work?
Time to hot-foot it.
su mierda camina muy lento, mano. No tiene pies, pe, ¿no? Por eso camina lento, ¿no?
Blazes. I'm going.
No.
Time to hot-foot it. Quick.
Me gusta morir.
Like a wildfire.
Hola, cayó hermano.
Mata a ese hombre, es un cago de cabeza.
Yes.
No me dejan
Vamos,
pasar.
Francia.
Burn a path.
Si no. No, Dodge, una vez.
Roshan! 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 Go, 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 go,
Se tiene
go!
enfermo. Ah, le doy un smoke shot, ahorita no estoy bien buena. Viene, viene tu viejo, espérate bien.
They got the last hit on Roshan?
Mata a Jairo nomás, ¿no?
I go like the blazes.
Oh shit.
¿Qué te regula a ti, mano? ¿Qué estás?
I'm done.
Oh, damn it. Hey, I bought back to push mid.
Yes. Yes.
Podemos quemar.
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
Burn 'em all.
Oops! Invoker the Joker!
I'm going. Burn a path.
Ya, mano, acá me voy a hacer la jugada.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. That's the stuff. Keep them on their back paws.
Oh yeah.
David. Mete todo. Vamos, tío.
What the fuck happened?
La mujer causa. Se va a ir, oh.
Oh, we won. We won. We're defeating.
Mi Winter no deja ir a nadie.
Sí.
Ah, ese gringo.
Middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower.
Lulu Chen, I love you.
Qué asco.
Okay. Sounds not working again? Fuck!
Articuno, mano.
Have you ever played Raw Dota, Henry? Yeah, I have. Quite a few games according to the Dota buff thingy. Open Dota.
A blaze of glory.
What? Shit. My conduct score is not 10,000? Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay, let's reset the bot again. Man, I don't know why this bot is like this. You stupid fucking bot. Someone's been a bad boy. Guilty as charged. Hello, Endless Dark. Didn't we lose a game earlier? I can't even remember what happened today. Oh wait, no. We did lose it. Oh, I got committed. We did lose a game earlier, but it was unranked, thankfully. Yes. Tillin. Alright, you get a command too. Yo. So I kind of carried the. Oh, Slark Spammer has commended you. Okay, fine. You get a command too. Kunkka. Okay, you get a command too. Alright, everyone gets a command. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, so this axe is actually 12 and 4, huh? This is the guy who didn't even have a TP scroll as you were being dive top. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, I guess. He also went Vanguard first, so I guess he went really greedy. But yeah, I did pretty well that game. You love Endless Stew? You can be honest. You can say you do. I love Lamp. I also love Pill Bottle. I love Pill Bottle. Hi, Rages. Oh, you do ya? I fucking knew it. What do you say? What do you say, Endless? What do you say to that? You know what Lulu said? The conversation went like this. Lulu Chan, I love you. And Lulu Chan said, okay. And that was the end of the conversation. You might be too young to understand, guys. Danilo, thank you for subscribing. Everyone loves everyone. Nah. But do you love everyone, Vineet? Nah. We are 5.5, 5.6, guys. Alright, let's read some comments. Give me some comments while we wait for this game, Chris. Hi. Whatever you do here, do not advertise, okay? Welcome to the friend zone. That's exactly what it means. Vinit is tsundere. Is this true, Vinit? Are you tsundere? I thought your name was Vinit. Oh wait, you are a tsundere. Oh, my bad. Are you a tsundere, Vinit? I find fuck you better than okay. Oh, buddy. Yesterday you accused me of being racist because I was getting frustrated at the Peruvians in my team. But that doesn't mean that I'm racist. Sometimes I get frustrated at everything, but that doesn't mean that you're a racist, okay? So no. You're wrong. Thank you, Athy. Am I drunk? No, I'm not. Why do you think that I'm drunk? Lulu going full X-rated? How does that work? What did Subdere? Yes. You are a bit of proofs, like me. But this is what I'm saying, Esco, is you don't have any evidence that I am racist. Do ya? Cause if you do, can you show us the evidence? If I win next game, you're gonna call me Big Daddy? Okay. What the fuck is this guy going on about? Oh, I know. Here, it goes like this. You ready for the sound effect?
You just want attention. You don't
Well,
want
Vivian.
my heart.
Glad you like the game, Jason. Hello, Hanif. Hello, Alp. Can I play core next game? No. Can you make donation for core requests? Kidding? You know, Esco, I don't think that you're kidding. I don't get frustrated at this at all. I don't understand what's going on, so I don't get frustrated. I don't think that you were kidding. I think that you were being serious, but then when confronted with the lack of evidence, you chose to play it off as a joke. It's kind of like when somebody says some kind of statement where they actually have no idea about, and then when people are like, but blah, 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 blah. And then you're like, ho, 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 just joking. I think that's what you did. Do you make giveaway? Maybe. Hi, no advertising here. I know that you think this is funny, but I don't particularly find this funny. Only one Big Daddy. I late 2 games? Yes. Yes, you are late 2 games. Tsundere is a Japanese term for a character development process that depicts a person who is initially cold, sometimes even hostile, before gradually showing a warmer, friendlier side over time. This is true. Where do I come from? I come from my mom's vagina. Can you donate? You want the same on the black guy voice? No, that is not racism. So when a Jamaican says, yeah, man, and I go, yeah, man, that doesn't mean that I'm racist. Where are we? And he wasn't even from Ireland. He was from Iran. I get frustrated when I play with Romanian players. Does that mean I'm racist? Yes. It's just a prank, bro. Oh, let me guess. He said something dumb, right? Like I said. I knew at the moment he came in here that he was going to be dumb as fuck. Language barrier is a big thing. It is. I don't really care though. People like that last game that Winter Wyvern kept speaking in Spanish. Axe was speaking in Spanish. But I just didn't give a shit. Doesn't frustrate me at all. Although yesterday when I was playing against the Sand King, he kept speaking Spanish, but he was flaming me at the same time. I knew that he was flaming me because of the things that he said, both in English and the way he said it in Spanish. So I was frustrated at him in particular, not him as an ethnicity. You can also be racist towards your own race. Hi, Andre. Pretend you're not Romanian? Wow. You really hate Romanians. Woo! We got a game. Hi, racist. Hey, Nitin, what did you say earlier? Hi, Ruben from You're Gay. Do you hate Fortnite? No? Come and visit Romania, I'll give you palinka. Is that cornmeal
Whose band is
thing
it?
that's kind of like mashed potatoes?
Yours.
You may have already eaten it.
5 seconds left.
What am I playing, guys? Oh, look at this fucking 1610 rank scrub. Ha! What a noob piece of shit. Get on my level. I have played hundreds of games with this guy, I guarantee it.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Blink as a drink? Whoopsie.
Ten seconds.
Oh, Henry, you actually watched my stream. Glad you like the rain, buddy. Have they reinstated your ability to stream yet?
You win or lose.
And by the way, Romanian's not a race, but when we are racist towards countries, right? Like, some people are racist towards
10
Chinese
seconds.
people. But they're not a race, but they are a race.
5 seconds left.
Oh fuck, I should probably pick a hero, huh? Oh. I was gonna panic pick Lena, but it would have been good anyways, because he picked Sand King. Thank you, Lena. You're welcome. So Henry, I heard that since you're banned from both Twitch and YouTube. Sorry. You're not banned from YouTube, but you can't stream.
You know what to do.
Does that mean you just focus on content creation now, or are you hopping on the Mixer bandwagon? Also, I missed a comment earlier.
10 seconds.
It's the same thing like I'm going to a grocery store and the employees are from Mexico and I ask them where the beans, where the fuck are the beans, and they go no English. I don't understand what you're trying to say, dude. Oh shit.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
This guy's a level 25 LC. Doesn't look to be a Smurf. You don't feel like Dota's enjoyable at the moment? Player base is at an all-time low. Patch is worn out. Well, you know, Henry, I've been streaming myself for over 3 years now, full-time, and I feel the same way.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Be honest with you.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
But I pay my bills this way, so you do what you gotta do, right? Actually, Henry's a better player than me. I'm a 5K player. He's 7K apparently. So I hear. Not that I've seen. Henry is the raw Dota guy in the stream chat. Snow poop. Thanks, Hanif. Blue's way better. Thanks, no poop. It's fine. It's fine, Raw Dota. It's fine. No, actually, it's kind of nice to talk to you, Henry, because
Fire.
the number of English-speaking YouTube streamers
Like the heads of my
is a very, very, very small group. You, me, and Leo.
To battle. Pelters.
No, I've been friends with Leo for a very long time. I just have bad memory.
I can see to the ends of the world, and from this vantage
Oh, yeah.
point, I
Are we gonna see Henry Blue
with
Party?
utter certainty that
Possible?
this one
Possible?
is in
Yes.
the bag.
Enjoy your meal, Hanif.
Se fue, se metió tu testamento, el fake.
Do I normally play position 4? No. I play basically everything except for the position that you play.
I go like the
Is Leo
blazes.
Blitz? Yes.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes, he is the
Before
Rush.
you start killing
I'm
before then.
going.
We're not stickers.
Sure, Henry, let's do it. Why not? Why not? Mommy, I'm scared. Why are we backing off even though we had 4 down here?
Pay attention now. The battle started.
The
Oh shit.
heat is
Tanking!
on.
Tanking!
I'm not ready.
Oh my god, what a terrible fucking stun.
First blood!
I'll bring the heat.
It ain't over till the last building
What the
falls.
fuck are these guys going
So
on?
fight.
The fuck are you guys
Like a
bitching about?
wildfire. Heat wave.
Why don't I join pro gaming?
arriba, animal de mierda.
You know, to be a pro gamer, you need to be at least 7K or 8K, closer to 8K. Are you saying you want me to go top? I don't speak Spanish.
Attack.
¿Para qué va a venir, tarado? ¿Para qué?
Se siga muriendo entonces la bestia.
Yes.
Fuck!
Golpe que se iba muriendo.
Ya,
A que nos cague la línea.
I can come top. It's
Oh
fine.
yeah.
Just don't be a bitch about it. Thanks. Is top so fucking hard or some
I
shit?
go like the blazes.
Well, you know what? Let's just fucking
I'm
gank me
going.
while we're at it.
Yes. Burn a path. Yes.
Skywrath, Killstorm.
Legal tinder. On it.
There's a regen bottom.
My flame burns brighter.
This guy's just bitching.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Oh shit, they're hella low.
To battle. Open fire. Heat wave. I'm going. Quick.
I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why they told me to come here. Whatever.
Burn a path. Yes.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Didn't you guys tell me to come up here?
Like the blazes.
You fucking retards.
Oh yeah.
You did this. They said that, right?
Heat wave. Oh yeah. Quick.
Denied!
To battle. Time to hotfoot it.
Back.
Burn a path.
Run.
Whatever, dude.
Some fires quenched. The young firebrand returns. Yes.
Okay, I have to stop this guy from farming, dude.
Burn them all. I go like the blazes.
5-minute runes.
On it.
Runes.
Like a wildfire.
Can I fucking grab this?
Burn. I'm going. Yes. I go like the blazes.
I think he has ward here. Like, he was so
To
defensive earlier.
battle.
Oh.
Yes. Time to hotfoot
Estaban trileando más abajo, yo puedo solo salir.
it. I'm going. Yes.
Oh, you want me to go bottom now? You want me to go bottom?
Quick. Heat.
Rune is top.
Burn a path.
Is he saying that?
Visibility.
I don't think he's necessarily saying that he wants solo experience. I don't know what he's saying, to be honest with you.
On it. Like a wildfire.
You gonna stun?
I'm going. To battle. Light him up. Oh yeah.
Denied.
On it. Slash. Yes.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think we can kill.
Yes. I go like the blazes.
Kill! Yes! Yes! Good job, buddy.
Like a wildfire.
Finish it.
Burn a path. Burn them up. Quick.
What?
Time to hotfoot it.
What? What? I'm dead.
Burn out and fade away.
Wow.
Stoke those flames. I'm coming in. Heat wave.
Dude, you're gonna fucking die.
Yes.
Sand King? Okay.
To battle. Oh yeah. Heat wave. I can see the blazes. Quick. Burns, doesn't it?
Give me that one. Give me that one. You want? You want mana?
The
Do you want
middle tower
mana?
is under attack.
Like a wildfire.
Okay.
I'm
They're
going.
trying
We're
to
just
knock
gonna.
down your
Okay.
middle tower.
All right.
Nurse,
Dire's structures are fortified.
Hi, Charisma.
time to hot.
Hi, Excalibur.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
On it. Quick. On it. I'm going.
I'm fucking dead. There's 4 down here.
Double kill.
Do the
Can't put me
do the
out.
sound effects work, guys?
Hey, welcome back.
Like a wildfire.
I don't have money for my tome, huh?
I go like the blazes.
Whatever.
Yes.
We can wait for Sand King stun again.
To battle.
¿Dónde está el Storm? Está con Smoke, creo. ¿Ves?
Burn a
That mage is like right here or some shit. He saw me, dude.
Yes.
Tengo 6 y te pega.
Oh yeah. Yes. Heat wave.
Mine.
Time to hotfoot it.
Métele 6 el Storm, lo matamos. ¿Tienes Sentry?
Sí tengo, sí tengo.
Lo matamos.
Moonlight, they use Moonlight?
Se fue, weón.
Oh my god.
I'm going. Put me out.
Arriba era.
Looks like
No.
a scorcher.
Ay, sin asco, sin asco.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh. Wait, no, that's bad. That's our career.
Este mato un poco pendejo. Un toque huevo configurado.
Who did that?
Burn a path. Yes.
Okay, where was?
Oh yeah.
Someone didn't call the diggers hotline. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Rally the troops and get over there!
Yes.
Oh god. Oh, my legs. Yo, buddy, Winter Wyvern, do you ever think spam pinging helps you win games?
Heads up.
Has he been doing
We're
that? I
back.
actually have not noticed, to be honest.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? How can he even kill like that? Like, he doesn't have the damage.
To battle.
Just wasting my time. No one's even going on this tank.
I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot it.
He has Battle Fairy? Oh my god. We fucking lost.
On it.
Wow, that anti-mage has
Yes.
Power Treads and Battle Fury before 14 minutes. That's
Your
actually
mid-tower could
amazing.
talk,
Dude.
it'd be pretty mad at you.
Scorch 'em.
They're trying to knock down your middle
Thank
tower.
you, John.
Get in and defend that sucker.
Light 'em up.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I go like the blazes.
Yeah, I don't know about this game, guys. I think they skill better than we do
Quick.
late game as well, too. And we're losing the early game. So I think it's essentially GG already.
Run a path.
Unless this, I don't know, my course can pull some kind of miracle out of their ass.
I'm going.
What do you think, Henry? GG? I feel in the
Heat
GG.
wave.
I mean, anything's possible, but statistically speaking here.
To battle.
15-minute runes?
Oh yeah.
There's 900 people watching? Oh shit. Yo, somebody do something!
Yes.
Where's Skyrat, dude? Jesus.
Run a path. Gotta light 'em.
Hey,
I go
a
like
little
the
bit of a comeback.
blazes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Getting warmer. To battle.
Huh.
On it.
Yo, I need dust actually.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Oh shit!
I'm done.
Another put down.
Yeah, I've had over 2,000 watching, so. English only, please. Holy shit, stacking stunts!
Spree!
Oh man, actually he just uses ultimate there. Like it sank him to stun first.
It's chilly. Throw another hero on the Yes.
Are you even watching your top tower? Radiant structures are fortified. You'll be fine as long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, cover.
Hello, team.
Top tower needs some help.
I'm going.
Pinging me for what? Pinging as in, don't be there, you fucking noob, or pinging as in, he needs help. Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
They smoke?
I go like the blazes.
The top tower is under attack.
Anti-mage. Anti-mage trying to
I'm
peer bottom,
going.
the farm bottom. Yeah, didn't someone say kill anti-mage again?
Heat wave.
I mean, we don't really know if he was flaming. What the? My smoke pop.
Your top tower tower is under attack.
Atos, dude? What the?
To battle.
The top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something?
Time to hunt.
I'm scared of the moonlight.
Yes. Like a wildfire.
Dude, this anti-mage is gonna be too big.
Burn a path.
We're gonna have to rush eggs.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we skip the...
Eso nunca va a matar al
I don't know,
anti-mage.
Yeah, it's our fault you died. Right? Draw that circle because it's our fault you died.
Yes.
Kind of dangerous, DK.
Time to hunt.
So fucking scared.
Like a wildfire.
You... Oh my god, just stunned.
To battle. Yes.
Dude, we're... Oh god, wasting so much time.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dominating.
All that for a Shadow Shaman.
Heat wave.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I'm going.
20-minute runes are almost up.
Quick.
Bottle?
On it. Nothing to burn.
Oh wow, his stun was frame perfect!
No llegaba, no llegué, weón, le presioné.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I saw Shadow Shaman. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude, that was anti-mage
Yes.
reflecting Winter's Curse. Wow. This guy doesn't have his ultimate.
To battle. Burn a path.
Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your middle tower is
Dude, this might be a trap.
I'm going.
Might be warded here, Sky.
Your middle tower's under attack.
It was a fucking trap, like I said.
Top tower needs some help.
Yeah, it's definitely warded. Whatever gave you that idea?
Tírale, pe carajo.
Idiota, que se haga cargada ya, enfermo de mierda.
You know, I played with Sanking yesterday who also spoke Spanish, who was also really fucking whiny. Is this guy him?
¿Qué tienes dado? ¿Cómo si es busca? No faço más.
O esa línea y ese Sky son un par de babosos.
Or is it coming? Quick.
Vamos de Mungo, vamos a perder luego, Finlay. Metemos y rompamos.
Oh, man.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Like a
They're talking about me? What are they saying? Doesn't matter what they say.
Matemos y pusheamos, no puedo matando contra solito.
The bottom tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowing.
Pero nomás loco. ¿Dónde llegó?
Double kill.
Rompe.
Your bottom tower's gone. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
¿Qué fue con el Sky? Se quiere sacar Travel cuando no mata a nadie.
That was their ward, right? Without our ward. No, actually it doesn't.
Dire structures are fortified.
You know, I'm just gonna stick with my teammates, guys.
Heat wave.
Activate my Ring of Basilius? Thank you. Now my creeps can have 2 armor.
I'm going. Yes. Quick.
Where is Storm? Is he AFK? Oh, there we go, he's back. Is this what?
Oh yeah.
Isn't creep supposed to be here?
Burn a path.
Haste.
Yes.
Oh god.
Y saben que no se fue del amigo.
Yo no vivo.
Burn a path.
Yo estaba comprando guarda.
Time to hot foot.
25-minute runes are almost up.
Yes.
Pushea, donde no pushea no vamos a ganar.
Did he grab it? Somebody else grabbed it! Wow. They use Moonlight. It had to be Moonlight then.
Money to burn. Like a wildfire.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad. This is one of the best in the bad. Quick, nobody move.
What the? Dude!
Going.
They see this. This is a bad manner. Oh wait, no. They may not see that. I thought they'd say. I thought he paused to kind of like bad manner the Sand King, but actually it's because LC disconnected. Hey ho, Daifa, all my gears in the description of stream.
Okay, where was
Ah, la mierda, ¿para qué pago?
What I miss?
Please die, animation. Yes! Hey, Archie, Andre, what you guys don't understand, this guy has Shadow Blade, dude. CK has Shadow Blade. So not only was he smoked, he was Shadow Bladed. And I guess you guys couldn't tell the difference. My problem is Sand King and Sky so fucking trash. I don't have any opinion on that. All I know is the Sand King's really whiny though. And he made a pretty bad decision just now. I don't understand. Who did you blink to, you fuck? Hi, Tricky. Like, I don't like. They keep splitting us, and it takes 3 of us to kill one of them. It feels like, unless it's Shadow Shaman.
Quick. Yes.
Yeah, it just feels like we're slowly losing this game.
Wave.
Skyrath. You got sheep stick though. Oh, Skyrath, I hope you're fucking good at this game.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, they Moonlight Shadow. Who is this? That's Skyrath.
Like a wildfire.
your top tower is under
We
attack.
fucking lost, dude. We fucking lost.
Yes. Attack. On it.
Blue, you like bring tired? What? What does that mean?
Slash and burn. Nothing's burned. Burn 'em up. Helter Skelter. Fire away. Light 'em up. To battle. Burn 'em all. Slash and burn.
Si no pusiera vas a perder, güey.
Ay, God damn it!
Unidad, man.
Tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower just took a dirt test.
Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze.
He really wants to use his ultimate, I'm
Trying
sure.
to knock down your middle tower.
O sea, aquí tantos
Oh,
videos
shit, Sand
que hay
King's
de
doing
donde
something.
jugadores no sabes cómo chucha juegan Dota.
Dude, get out! No.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left.
So once I have Yules, I have one defensive item. And I think I'm okay with that one defensive item for now. I'm gonna go for Egg so that we can maybe keep down the anti-mage. Oh my god!
Bringing the heat.
To be honest, when I died here, it was just me with bad positioning. Like, I was in a very risky position and I knew that.
To battle. Yes.
Skywrath. I might need Skywrath's help. Okay.
Yes.
What does Storm have now? He has Orchid now.
I'm going.
Anti-mage sees me, and so does Storm then. Okay. I almost have Yules.
Burn a path.
Anti-mage has Lincolns.
Like a wildfire.
Yes. Yes.
Your top tower has fallen.
On it. Blazes. Oh yeah. Scepter. Time to hot foot. Heat wave.
Have you ever considered to move without letting them see you? Shut up.
Yes.
Yeah, this Winter Wyvern, he just pings the shit out of people.
I'm going.
Yeah, real funny there, bud. Real funny.
Burn a path. Like a wildfire.
Man, you're such a toxic piece of shit.
Heat wave.
I don't have the same MMR as you, bud.
Scorch 'em. Quick.
I think we meet him too.
I go like the blazes. Time to hot. On it. Oh yeah. To battle. Yes. Oh yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Anti-mage almost as abyssal guys.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
They moonlight. They use moonlight. Shit.
Burn a path.
Hope this guy dies.
Killing spree.
Are those real? Those are fakes, right?
To battle. I got blazes.
Are you serious?
Heat wave.
Dominating.
I'm going. On it. Time to hot foot. Heat wave. Not yet. On it. Yes. I go like the blazes.
35-minute runes.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Money to burn. Quick.
Why you go there? What the fuck?
To battle. I'm going.
Sand King's got a gym now.
Oh yeah.
Lincoln's to Storm. I mean, Storm is Lincoln's. Lincoln's to Storm. Oh man.
Time to hot Burn a
Eggs.
path. Open fire. Yes. Oh yeah.
Are real?
Quick.
Tú lo ves, soy tarao.
I want to see Winter Wyvern die. He's been so annoying this game. Remember when Sky was like, hey, Skywrath said to Winter Wyvern, hey man, do you think that it helps when you spam ping someone? Does it help you win games? And then he didn't say anything.
I go like the blazes.
Happy Halloween, JT.
Yes.
Oh, dude, he has new vision. Oh my god.
Heat wave.
What do I even do, dude? Wow, the storm was not stunned.
I'm going.
Come towards me, come towards me.
Wicked sick.
Ni pinga hace ese medio, weón.
Double kill!
Was an act of charity.
I don't know about worth it. Maybe worth it, but I don't have buyback.
Fire structures are fortified.
Alright, now we flame him.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know, we're fucking done this game. Report mid.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. You gotta do something about it, or just sit there looking funny.
Report mid for what?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important. Bottom barracks has fallen. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Your middle tower is under attack. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Middle barracks are looking shaky.
Is this guy better than me? Wait a minute. You're divine, Winter Wyvern. A good one, man. Good one. Okay.
Your middle barracks is falling. You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong.
I fucking knew this game was over a long time ago.
Your top barracks is falling. The enemy now have mega creeps. All your buildings are gone. That glowy thing's probably next.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Immortal is better than Divine. Everyone has bad games.
Quick.
You act like you never go negative, right? But never go negative?
Oh yeah.
Okay, got it. Any comments?
Yes.
Didn't think so. Oh, the two toxic guys in my stream. I mean, in my game. Toxic. Spanish speakers.
Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that.
Yeah, it's not
bad.
worth my time, guys.
To battle.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine
Like a wild.
has fallen.
Alright, we are... Alright, Henry, you ready to play some Dota?
Heat wave.
Report Sand King and Winter Wyvern. No, I'm actually also gonna report the CK. All of these Spanish speakers are so toxic in this game. All three of them. The only one who was not toxic was the Skyrat. And he's in English. Yes, die. Good. Die, please. Yeah, die one more time.
Absolutely how you do it.
Alright, Randy, you ready?
You're all fired.
Okay, you're gonna add my friend ID, okay? Or no, how's this? No, you're gonna give me your friend ID because I invite you that way. If you don't know what friend ID is, it is in your profile, and your friend ID is right there. Just so that we're clear, and there's no confusion. I forgot to ping them. You know what, Adrian? I like to trash talk people back a little bit, but I don't like to fall down that much to their level, you know? Henry Puck incoming. Henry's Puck is great. I actually watched your stream quite a few times, Henry. And your what's that ability where your puck disappears? Phase shift? Holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ. Glad you like music, Leonardo. Okay, let's do this. Henry Raw Dota. Rank 200. Damn. Legit 7K. My friends list should be full, but I don't know how it works. Sometimes you can add people anyways. I don't know, man. I literally can't find games solo. Fuck you, Valve. This shit's so fucking whack. What's my name? In-game name, UE. Or first name, Billy. Wait, what's 679 matches in 7K? So I heard that Henry's main account got banned, so that's why he is using this account, and he only has 679 matches. That looks like Dave Chappelle, except Dave Chappelle doesn't have tattoos on his arm. Be patient, guys. Waiting on Mr. 7K Henry Raw Dota here. Yeah, so Henry, I don't know how Dota like Valve's Steam's like friends list works, but my friends list has been full for like over a year, and sometimes I'll delete like 5 people, but then I try to add one and it just doesn't work. Or sometimes I try to add someone and it just doesn't work either. Naruto, thanks for subscribing. You guys can't see it, but no, you can see it right here. Invited Henry. So you guys just gotta wait, okay? Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Just fucking wait. Can't you level your Steam account up to get more room for friends? Is that how it works? I don't know how it works. You invited me? I have friend invites off. Okay, I will temporarily disable that. Okay, Henry. You're gonna have to do it again. Hold on. There we go. That's the option. I get too many spam, you know? It's sure hard for me to even get 5K. Well, you know, Alan, it should be hard for you to get 5K. Whatever your MMR is, it should be hard for you to move on to the next level. That's because MMR is a real indicator of skill, not just a number. Okay, I'm playing all supports and safe lane, so you can queue whatever North American servers you want. Okay. Spam that invite. Maybe then they will see it. What? Okay, wait. Let me read. If I miss your comment, just type it in. Okay. How I upgrade my behavior points. Playing support role at 100% all game. Behavior too low. Playing support role 100% all games? I don't know what that means. 100% what? You mean every game that you play support? You know, regardless if you play carry or support, it has nothing to do with your behavior. You just have to be a good guy, not flame and spam ping. Where are we? Sometimes invites player really can't invite. Yes, that's right. Me and Henry in the same team. So I enjoy watching streams more than playing myself. You know what? I actually feel the same way sometimes. Okay. Henry lives in North America. Actually, Henry, I know that you live in Maryland, right? Because one of my best friends lives there. But you said it in one of your streams. I was like, oh. He lives right next to Johnny. So we're gonna play party rank, yes. Hello, Kairos. You want a Discord or just chill and talk to your stream? I will talk to my stream for now until the game starts, and then when the game starts, how about we use Discord? Here, you want to come to my Discord? Yeah, actually, the Discord link is right here. Hey man, can you just not say random dumb shit for no reason because you think it's cool? You know, context, right? Brazil? Okay. Canada, bro. Yes, support role. No carry, but still teammates toxic. Well, once again, it has nothing to do with your role, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how you behave in game, but like, I think if you're actually not toxic, then your behavior score will go up, right? If you actually people enjoy playing with you, right? And you don't throw games, you're not blaming and being passive aggressive and all that shit, then it's gonna be fine. Join a voice chat, Henry.
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah.
All right, I'm playing hard support. Hi, Johnny.
5 seconds left.
You can't wait to see 7K play right now? Well, get ready. I'm gonna play Shadow Shaman because our Mirana wants to play. This guy wants, R4 wants to play Mirana.
Look, if you pause for people, I'm gonna pause for you. This is where you win.
I think I've seen this guy before. He just first picks like Undying every time. If I missed your comment, just type it again, okay?
Your pick now. You know what to do.
You know it's not raining? That's interesting. I don't know why you guys think it's raining. He felt like lurking on stream, but I couldn't help but respond to that. Oh, hey, Henry. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, they're back. Good for you.
Just chilling.
Nice, nice.
Got some Subway.
What kind of Subway you got there?
Chicken bacon ranch with fun stuff on.
I haven't had Subway in years, man.
Yeah, I don't know. They used to be cheap, and now it's like $13 for a meal. It's ridiculous.
What? Oh, that's in US dollars too. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, my meal costs $13 for like a normal foot-long sub and a soda and a tiny bag of chips. When they first came out, it was like $5 footlong was what they used to have.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was great.
And it's like now it's like $8, $9 footlong.
I actually eat keto, so I don't really eat carbs, so I haven't really eaten bread in a long time.
Have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? No
Good for weight loss.
Nothing.
I'm gluten allergic or whatever, so I really
You have
shouldn't
celiac
be
disease,
eating.
legit?
I don't know if it's celiac, but I don't know if that's celiac. I don't know. I had a bunch of allergies and they told me it was gluten, but I just kind of ignore it, which probably isn't good.
Johnny from the stream, do you have any opinion on his medical condition since you are a doctor?
I have too many medical problems to name.
Srab, Henry's from Maryland. English only, please.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Wait, what's going on?
Miranda, let's get first blood. Oh, shackle. Henry, you haven't changed your stream title? Henry's streaming? I don't think he has the ability to stream, right? Or he is streaming. Or are you suggesting that he changes his title? He streams on his second channel? Okay. CK from last game? Is here? Well, I hope I fucking beat him down, because he was a piece of shit Oh, I forgot to report him! Shit! Oh, why didn't you guys remind me? God! Can we still report? Oh, God! They were fucking cute together, those pieces of shits! Oh, man. Okay, coming top. Oh, he's on my team! Fuck. God damn it! This guy's on my team.
Try harder. Try harder.
What's wrong?
The CK from my last game is the CK in this game, and he was totally toxic. And I forgot to add him to my avoid list.
I accept your guidance.
Yeah. We're gonna be alright.
It's okay. He actually tried. He didn't throw the game. He was just unpleasant to play with.
The spirit moves me.
This game's his redemption. He's saying this is he just
I hear and obey.
Yes.
I go.
Yes.
Rubik, bro, chama, Rubik!
Nah, I just need them. They're not even doing this. They're just doing it. It's like playing Dota in the zoo, you know?
Yeah.
Sounds try harder.
Was it that obvious?
Better off just focusing on ourselves.
You know, if we shackle an arrow and you stun the LC, we could have killed him. Why does it have to be Rubik? Like, am I wrong here?
I accept.
Okay, you might be
Doesn't
right.
matter technically who he's with.
I think LC's just the better kill.
I hear.
Please.
Try harder.
I hear and obey. Yes.
Now, you know, like, those two guys still think Rubik, but I don't personally think Rubik. I think LC's a better kill. LC's the offlaner, right?
As the shades direct. As it chooses. Attack!
Ah, shit.
First blood stains the banners.
To read the future, I need entrails. Granted. You are heard. Beat you like a drum. I accept. I hear. Aside from the spirit. The spirit moves me.
And then he was just grouping the food.
Okay, man. You're not gonna commit Weston?
I accept your guidance. As you wish. Shades, guide me.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, please. Please.
Of course. The bones are thrown. So say the spirits.
Hi, Kelly.
I hear. As the shades direct. Yes.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
He doesn't have mana for stun.
You are heard. The spirit moves me. I accept your guidance. For the ancestors.
Salamene smiles upon me. One of my favorites.
As it pleases.
5-minute runes.
I go.
I don't want to get lifted by Rubik, dude.
The prize is mine.
As it pleases.
Oh wait, he's playing Quas Wex, not Exort. I was actually gonna ask for some Sunstrikes, but
I accept. As the shades direct. The spirit moves me.
Radiant called it the fortification.
Shades guide me. I go. You are heard.
where do you think Ember Spirit is?
He's probably shining light up in the day.
Okay.
Accept your guidance.
Triage.
Stop me. Nah, it's probably on.
I hear.
Not Rubik this time? The lower HP one?
Ah, feel the power. I hear and obey. Of course. As you wish.
God, I'm so fucking slow, dude. Ugh! I got him!
Give my best to the ancestors. I hear. Shades, guide me.
Can a mod link Henry's stream?
Granted. Yes. So say the spirit.
We just linked your stream link in the stream chat, Henry.
I hear and obey.
Welcome. Hi, Vineeth.
I accept. The spirit moves me.
Try
As the
harder.
shades direct.
You even watching your top tower?
Man, I can't do shit about this.
whole thing about that boost. Need to wait on my career. I'm just gonna get Calvin to do this.
Flames clear the way.
Double kill.
Whosoever stands against me stands
Good rotation.
I accept your guidance.
Thanks.
I go.
Sunayan, thanks for subscribing.
As it please you. I go.
Dire structures are fortified.
Move me.
Kill this guy. You can get into this W. Hold something up.
Sorry, your microphone's a little unclear. What do you want?
Sorry, I was saying we can kill this guy. Okay. We can get him to use his W.
I wasn't in position.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just harassing.
As the shades direct.
Just one balloon.
I hear and obey. Yes.
There's a question for you, Henry. Did you remember to get the cookies from Subway?
Granted.
No, I'm not
10
the biggest fan
minutes.
of their cookies. I used to like them.
Rinse, rinse, rinse.
Nowadays, here's the problem is you get it part of a meal.
Oh, I got it.
Killing spree.
Oh man, I died anyways. Nice try. Neshka, thanks for subscribing.
And I way prefer chips with like a sub than a cookie. The cookies are probably better. Like just the flavors of like a chocolate chip cookie. I usually get all the spicy stuff on my sub and just those like flavors and things.
Oh yeah, buddy, I love spicy stuff too.
Not yet worthy to go beyond the hills.
Hey, Miranda, if you moonlight, maybe we can kill.
As you wish.
You're gonna scare him like that though.
I accept. I accept your guidance.
Nigma, you ready?
Now. I hear and obey. I come in my
TP. Return.
Oh Jesus.
Dominate. Double kill. Killing spree.
Did I hear a squeak?
What do you do about it?
The shades restore me to the world.
I'm coming, Henry. I can hex and check. Oh, there's an LC here too though. I have mana boost for you.
It's cool, I just want to
Transmuted. Trapped.
Tower is under attack. Get over there. The top tower is under attack.
I accept.
There's a ward there.
As the shades direct.
push.
Vanish.
The spirit moves me.
One of my favorites.
I accept.
Your middle tower is under attack. Look at you.
I feel like that was a little bit of overkill, but I don't know, man. Just TP and kill all of us. I don't remember if they had Glaive.
Can you come top?
Okay, coming top.
I go.
This guy's dumb enough to do another wave. Just like,
I hear and obey.
my really decent.
Of course.
Okay, you can farm that.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Henry, I think I need you to speak closer to your microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, it's hard. I will try and just speak up in my normal
Okay.
voice. I'm just
Thanks, man.
quiet right now.
I accept your guidance.
Rubik TP top tier 1. Oh, they were trying to kill me.
Shades, guide me.
Can you move my, I don't have any medium voice enough.
As you wish.
15-minute runes.
So say the spirit.
You need to go with in bottom. You can do one top.
The spirit moves me.
Here, we can go for this one.
I
Yeah.
hear.
Dominate. Your middle tower is under attack. The prize is mine.
Accept your guidance.
Getting closer to my etherlands. This is fake, right? Yeah, no, it's gotta be fake. Hey, Pingu, I'm not that close to top 500. I am like rank 1500 right now, so I still got 1,000
Soon I'll
ranks.
see a lot of them soon.
What did he just say? Thanks. Good trade. No duel. Oh, black hole! Wow, that's oh man, that's so good. Sick black hole, bro. Rumble's not working? Yo, do I need to restart this fucking bot again? Okay, restarting the sound effect bot.
I hear. As you wish.
Do you have raw swords? Yeah, you can drop them.
Yeah, I
in
do.
this too.
I'm coming.
The spirit moves me.
I think sound effects should work in like within the next 3 seconds or something.
I hear and obey.
There you go.
There, nothing to do with that.
Almost there. Coming.
Killing spree.
You see someone, Henry?
No.
Okay.
I was just trying to catch him. Sorry, I'm kind of quiet. I know.
No, that's fine.
We can keep going. They use TPs. They're really bad.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's
Oh, this guy's destroying his items. Easy game. Wow.
Your mid
Have you played with him
Feel bad for
before?
him. It's really not a fair matchmaking system for that guy. He's rank 100 support player. He's like supposed to be the guy who balances the fact that I'm rank 200 mid.
Oh yeah, I remember that matchmaking update. We were gonna emphasize sports
They
being
said they were
high
gonna
on
make
the
it fair, but they
Yeah.
didn't do it.
I remember that.
The game's just a lot easier when your highest MMR player is mid. And you're getting team's highest MMR player.
It should be like that. Same time though, like I don't think he has the right to act immaturely like that. It's kind he's ruining the game for 9 other people. Although we get MMR, but like we're not playing a game.
I don't know. There's nothing. It's all around, you know? I don't feel like you can control human behavior, but you can control the service system. There's always going to be people ruining that. Oh, I just empathize with his pain, you know?
Yeah, I empathize with his pain. I just don't empathize with his actions. You can still try because you never really know when you're gonna lose.
One second from getting my wand off.
Man. The bot's not working? It played a sound effect earlier, right? But your points are not showing up, huh, Pingu? Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And Adrian, I'm not gonna port Mirana because she wasn't toxic. She disagreed with who I tried to kill in the beginning of the game, but she was never like, you know, you fucking piece of shit, blah 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 blah. So I don't think Mirana deserves to report. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, we can probably just end. Nice kill.
Oh, I got him. Yeah, so is the bot just straight up not working again? I don't know what to say, dude. Here, we'll restart it again. Okay. Try your commands in about 10 seconds, okay?
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. Try someone ought to scramble in there and get the shiny bits.
This is Sparta!
There you go. Sparta worked. Maybe your points will work now, Pingu. Oh my god. There you go.
I was told you were the one to test me. I'm through with tests.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. How many of those things are there?
GG, guys. Easy 6k, 7k game. Yeah, Henry played excellent. What is his score again? 12 and 2? Damn. Shall we play another?
And his name is John C.
GG, guys. What the fuck? I can't get sound. You know why? Because you have to have at least 20 hours of watch time. Not anyone can just use the sound effects. Like some guy who's just never been here before. First thing they do is start spamming sound effects. Nope. We give that right to the long-time viewers.
Do it! Just do it!
GG, guys.
This is Sparta!
I wrote negative feedback that the game was a song.
Oh yeah? Well, you know, you're right. It wasn't really much of a game, to be honest. This guy is really toxic. This guy destroyed his...
No, it wasn't ever. I mean, they lost fair and square. They were going to lose regardless of whether or not that guy destroys items. I just hope they take the feedback and recognize that you just can't have the highest MMR on one team be made and the highest MMR on one team be position 5.
I think the Undying is a victim of the system for sure, but he doesn't have to throw.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get it. Yeah, I agree. But people do stuff when they're angry. It's life. I mean, I'm not gonna convict him. He probably deserves low priority. But whatever. He probably will get it. Honestly.
Well,
hopefully,
if Undying was on your team and he started destroying his items, you wouldn't like that, right? Wouldn't he deserve low priority in that case?
The Undying.
yeah. So a lot of people do know that.
I mean, the thing is, I'd say more than half my games there's someone destroying items. It's not like, I don't know. It's like I'm just used to it. It's part of the game. Hell, I tried playing that Reach, that ESL league, where the grand prize is $240,000, and people still destroy their items in that shit. And there's money on the line. So it's just like, I think it's just a part of Dota. That's how I feel.
I think there are a lot of normal things about life,
Maybe
like
I'm just jaded.
Yeah, you're jaded. Like there are rapists, neo-Nazis, white supremacists, etc., right? That's just a normal facet of life, but we don't, you don't have to choose to allow those kind of things to be acceptable, right?
Yeah, but I don't think getting mad at a video game and wanting it to end now is that bad. There's
yeah,
like, I think the punishment is fair, low priority. That guy's probably gonna get low priority, and then we just all move on from it. You know? Hopefully, that like people, that's never gonna stop happening. But hopefully, we can just make the matchmaking system better. Because right now, I mean, the player base is at an all-time low, and I don't think many people are having fun above Divine. I don't think many Immortal players are having fun with this system. Maybe not even most Divine players.
You know what, man? Like, Dota does seem like a dead game sometimes. And sometimes I don't know if I want to stream the shit anymore. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I've been thinking about just trying my luck at, like, variety streaming. I don't really know if that's plausible on YouTube, so I'd have to apply for it.
Man, I've tried that so many times, and I instantly lose, like, 75% of my viewers.
5 seconds left.
You gotta be in it for the long haul, and honestly,
yeah.
you to do it, you'd have to do it like long term, like one day a week for like a month. You have to get good at the other games. Like when Shroud first went from Counter-Strike to other games, he lost a lot of viewers, but then he became Shroud. And
yeah, you're right.
He paid like $50 million to stream on Mixer. We don't all get that, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
I'll have a good base of viewers with variety streaming here at least. Yeah, it'll be okay. How'd you like the set, Hanif?
You know what to do.
Yeah, well, a lot of those big Twitch streamers are moving to Mixer for sure. But hey, I mean, if Microsoft wants to pay me 6 figures to move to To mix it, I'd fucking take it. Yeah, I've been debating that more and more, Joni. I do want to do it. BNet. We're gonna end up digging holes in Minecraft. I used to play that to relax because it's so therapeutic, you know. You just fucking hit rocks and trees, build your fantasy world. Thanks, Afik, for supporting us all. Hello, peanut butter. Okay, Nicholas, have a good day. Okay, man. It was nice to see you again today. Uh-oh. You know, I'm the lowest ranked person on my team. It feels kind of good. Feels kind of good, but feels kind of nervous. You know what I mean? Alan, sorry. Thanks for subscribing.
You just want attention. You don't want my heart.
So how come you chose YouTube over Twitch?
Too much competition on Twitch.
Fair enough.
I know that you got really famous from what was the S4? Was it? You had a duel with the S4, right? And then I'd watch your channel just explode.
Yeah.
I actually tried to donate some money to you, and you told me donate the money to charity. I was like, wow, good guy.
Yeah, back when my stream blew up, I donated a lot of the money to charity. Because I don't know, I just didn't. Especially because at the time I was getting a lot of hate. So it felt like I didn't really want people's negative attention or anybody's money. I just wanted to be myself.
Right.
It's in the bag.
That's cool. Yes. I didn't know that. Thanks. Did you end up donating charity?
Nah, man. I just want to pay my own bills, so.
It's all good.
This says fuck Shen.
You should make more videos, man.
Yeah.
Videos are better than streaming. They market your stream much better.
Yeah, you're right. I noticed that you stream and you make a lot of edited content and guides and stuff. And,
yeah,
I used to do that.
While,
I'm just so lazy, man. I feel
honestly,
tired after gaming for 8 hours.
Like, let me see your channel real quick. Let's check it out. You see some of your recent videos? Is it all streams? You don't have any like edited videos?
Actually, when I first became a YouTuber, I have around 10 guides that are around 5 to 10 minutes long, extremely edited.
You have a ton of old videos that are super good viewers. You know, like 4 years ago, Dota 2 Milana guy said a ton of views. But like, I mean, I see all the streams; they have not good viewership because stream gods don't get good viewership. But I mean, you have 30K subscribers, so you could easily get like 20K views on an edited video that takes like 10 minutes. Like legit, I don't know. You can just make like a 10-15 minute video and you'll make like it every 2 days or something. You'll make a lot more money than streaming.
You mean from like ad revenue? You depend on that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Ad revenue is great on videos. For sure, it's way better than streaming.
I don't know, man.
You disagree?
Well, let's say I get 10,000 views, right, on a video. Let's say that's what, maybe $1 per 1,000 views. So that's like.
No,
wait, is that right?
You don't know how to run ads, man.
Maybe
if you have 10,000 views, you should get like $20 on the video.
$20, and that video would take me how long to edit? Like
an hour.
an hour for 20 bucks.
Just your basic shit. Yeah, I mean that's not bad. And you have to realize videos compound themselves. So if you do a video every day, like if you go look at my channel, I have a bunch of videos that are like how to destroy alchemists with Morphling, how to destroy alchemists with Invoker. Every time I make one of those videos, all the other ones get more views. So it's not just one video getting views. They all compound each other.
You know what?
And
You're
they're
right.
all shared. So
I'm just lazy, to be honest.
it compiles. Okay. I'm just saying, if you keep talking about paying your bills, I really recommend making videos. I think it's more profitable on YouTube than streaming.
Yeah, you're right. I appreciate the insight, Henry.
And I remember Leo helped me figure out, and I used his knowledge to help a couple other friends. Like I have some friends from Brazil who have a YouTube channel. I helped them.
Leo
figure out
helped
how
you
to run
too?
ads on their channel. Because yeah, Leo helped me how to put ads on my videos. And
Man, he did the same thing with me. He just came up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna manage your channel. I'm gonna edit some videos for you. You're gonna make money." And I'm like, "All right, what a good guy, eh?"
yeah, Leo is a good guy.
Yes.
Bye, Pingu.
To hell and
Time to do good. Donate this to Team Trees, please, and help spread the word, my man.
Okay,
Big
okay,
loves
Snobu,
is
thank
blue.
you.
Tina needs hug.
to hell with you. Hand it over.
He was about to right click that.
You will pay. Why not? Oh, hell yeah. I'm under attack! Yes.
Wow. Oh my god!
First blood. But the earth has seen so much. My rage returns me to the living.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
What the fuck is that David guy going on about in the stream chat? English only, please. Yeah, I tried to juke Valentine. I tried. It wasn't successful though.
Shakers middle.
Oh, hell yes.
That guy just trash talking? Vinny?
I've got a power grip. Yes. To hell and back. Mine. I like to keep my hand in. Battle rages.
I'm gonna pull again.
Oh, yes. Yes. I'll put the squeeze on you. After them! That devil to bed.
Okay.
Prowling. Where's the fight? Verily. Yes.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I go like
Earthshaker just picked up Illusion Rune Bottom. fuck, dude? 5-minute runes.
I've already been to hell. What else can they do to me?
Runes, please.
Why not? Money changes things.
Which one's real one?
It's mine.
Alright, I'm dead again. Great. I got one bounty rune, did I? One bounty rune? Yeah, I got one.
No! God! No! God, please, no! No! No!
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He has a very far animal. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Nice job.
You took that jape too far.
Onward. Die at my hand.
Nice job.
They're trying
You want a clarity?
down your middle tower.
Sure.
My gratitude.
Yes. Verily. Oh, hell yes. Yes. Yes.
Not to be for 8 seconds. But
Ooh, I saved him, I think. I don't know.
Verily.
Maybe. What the fuck?
I did TP.
Killing spree.
Oh yeah, baby.
To hell.
Dominate.
Nice rotation.
Double kill.
Oh, hell yes.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Job, Reg.
Broker's just trying to animate it.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Forward.
So, Henry, I'm gonna give you another ward, and if you wanted to place it aggressively, by all means, okay?
Okay.
I grow like the devil.
And it's gonna haste me.
Why not? Wow.
Tiny's hasting bottom. Careful, got a tiny combo.
Okay, okay, thank you.
The ravages of time.
Tiny's coming bottom. The fuck? Okay, man.
I'm walking top.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, saved him again.
Mega kill.
Job, Johnny. You're welcome, Johnny. Really? Span? What does that mean?
Yeah, I can't let them go for 50 cents.
It was not meant. Yes.
10-minute runes. Get ready for 10-minute runes, please. Thanks. I'm coming with. Oh Jesus.
Unstoppable!
Time is money. Verily.
Your middle tower is under attack!
I glow like the devil.
My box now.
Nice.
Wow.
Why not?
To hell and back. Yes.
Do arrows reset? No, they are permanent. Unless I go to a different country. Or not use this computer. Sorry, are you requesting something? Okay, sorry. Yeah, you gotta speak clearly for me, man.
Sorry, yeah. I know. It's important.
I think yes, I did. I don't know either.
Yeah, I didn't know what else you would need to do.
Your top tower needs some help.
Henry, do you know if they have any wards middle? I can deward.
I don't know.
Okay.
You can do what there anyways. Or sugar matter what.
Nope.
Yes.
Oh, I need to.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I have a finger. I'm.
Just chilling.
Okay. Hey Void, Puck wants to kill Gyro.
To hell and back. Hell's
Why not? Yes.
I'm under attack. Hey, it ain't fun if we ain't all here.
Another abandoned from their highest MMR player.
Wait, he abandoned? Holy shit!
This is why I like land pipes.
Easy. Damn.
Oh hell yes.
I'm coming. I have finger for top.
Should be focusing shit.
Whoa! Double kill.
Now they're all gonna leave now.
Oh hell yes.
Leave the game. Leave.
I think some people like to stay because you can't report if you leave, which is also really stupid.
Your bottom tower is under
You know what? You're
attack.
absolutely right.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I think
I'm
those
just
guys are gonna
disappointed
keep
that
playing
there's
though.
basic shit like that that Valve just hasn't fixed. It's been years. Like, why can someone abandon, destroy their items, but if I leave, I can't report or report them?
Dota 2 is in beta.
Forward. It's not time. Verily. To hell and back.
That's actually a video idea I've been working on. Like,
Yes.
I'm basically studying skill acquisition and how, like, humans learn things, and how even at the highest ends of Dota, there's just so little that we've actually learned compared to the entire game.
Why not?
Like, the game is so deep that even the best players will only learn 30, 40, 50% of the game. And even pros like CCNC say they're still learning shit all the time.
Oh yeah. You know, well, I think everyone's just different strengths and weaknesses in terms of their knowledge.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. We're all like, no, we're all so incomplete as players.
Leave the game.
I think they're gonna stay to record him. See.
No. I think some people they stay to report, but some people they just like waste time.
Yeah, they stay to get all the gold on Earthshaker and then just be a nuisance while we try and push. I feel like every single game I play is like this now, though. It's gotten to the point where I don't even want to play anymore. I'm pretty depressed, so like, I'm pessimistic, but like, Dota used to be my escape, and now it's like, I'm trying to escape from Dota.
Well, when you make your hobby your job, that's part of it.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Prowling.
Yeah. Can we go?
Yeah, I don't have finger, but we can. Nice.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Why not?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Smoke weed every day.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Escape from Dota 2? What a juke!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Welcome to your first time, Caro.
I almost got my meteor hammer and this time in. Go grab the hammer.
Okay. I'll be right here behind you. Whoa, 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 I'm dead! What the fuck? They smoked for that shit, I think. They blink at the exact same time. I don't know why people stay in games like this. Jesus.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I don't fear hell. Hell fears me.
Right, they have an invoker and he's AFK and someone. Oh, it's a Shadow Blade! Yeah, I was thinking to put down Sentry earlier, but I forget.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Maybe fortified structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I'm not sure if we work well together or we're lucky together.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of A and B. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Hi, Hamka.
Killing spree! Double kill!
One more feed. One more feed. One more feed. One more feed. Ah! GG. GG's, guys. GG's. Easy MMR with Henry Dota 2. Raw Dota.
More?
Sure, man. I'm gonna be playing for the next hour, hour and a half.
Cool. We can do one more.
What did you miss, Tony? On?
Not really much.
Where'd you get the eye tracker?
It's called Toby Eye Tracker. I just bought it online and bought it. I saw Shroud use it, and I thought it might be interesting for Dota 2. A lot of people, they don't understand what it is and they complain about it. To be honest, even myself, I'm undecided whether or not it actually contributes positively to the stream production value, but
my issue with it is it's like a cool gimmick, but I don't like watching it the whole time. Maybe if you did like, I don't know. The problem with Dota is it's not like an FPS game, right? I think it's really cool in FPS games. I couldn't really see the value of it in Dota. Maybe you could see like how often someone's looking at the map or something, but that just doesn't seem as valuable as like knowing where someone is looking in a game where like pinpoint precision. Dota's not really like a precision-based game, you know?
No, I half agree with you. I mean, sometimes you look at obscure things on the screen.
Keyboard,
you know?
like the keyboard things people do. I feel like for Dota, something like that would be more interesting.
Like a camera on a keyboard, or like a
or like the little
keys pressed kind of thing.
You see like the hologram where it like shows which
yeah,
keys are being pressed when.
I used to do that.
I think that's more interesting for Dota, and that eye tracker is more interesting for this game.
Actually, I've been meaning to implement that. I just keep forgetting. I used to have it, but it bugged out on me, so I got lazy.
5 seconds left.
Rank 66. Omni Night player.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Who am I kidding?
Play some Lich. Thanks, APEC, for the good luck. You like the eye tracker, Lulu? Do I play PUBG or something? Do I think if you play a complicated hero, it'll increase your MMR rares 1k? Nah, it has nothing to do with the hero, dude. It has more to do with your knowledge of the game. This game, I'm gonna lose XD. Why do you say that, Kisuma? Just pulling shit out of your ass? You're gonna lose because I just feel it. Is it raining outside? No. It's a sunny day, man. Why do you think it's raining? Yeah, Kisuma, are you willing to bet on that, or is it just all talk? See what APEC?
Chats of this game you're gonna lose, so I'm gonna prove them wrong.
Yeah. Position 4 Invoker. I bet it will be lose. Maybe you have strong enemy. Maybe. Maybe I don't. Maybe my teammates are strong. Sorry, I only do hero requests for donation, guys. And you're welcome for the opinion, Rares.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay, mid lane is OD. I still need a headpiece for my Lich, huh? I don't have a headpiece. I thought I was gifted a headpiece, or did I imagine that? How do I get to my items, guys? It's right here, right? I think I have a bunch of gifts that I just didn't open. I have a taunt that I didn't add yet? I have a taunt? Oh my god, Johnny, how did you know? Okay, we got the taunt in this game. Why hero request isn't free? Ryan, when you go to McDonald's to get a cheeseburger, why is that not free?
Do it! Just do it!
Because it says one taunt, is that what it said? Hey Henry, yeah, Henry in the stream chat, yes, I mainly just play support these days. I prefer to play support. Thanks, Lula.
A chill wind. Yes. Cold front coming.
Your spirit hero for a free game? That was a long time ago, man. That was like a fucking long time ago.
Yes.
A wyvern's breath.
Agreed.
The bot lane is a little wide trying to be nice. First button.
I can frost blast again in 3 seconds.
So.
Alright, worked out.
Very fire, we may be able to kill him.
A wyvern's breath.
No.
Oh man.
Dead man drifting.
Sorry.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, that stuff's overrated. Don't make me come over there.
We'll bury the dead.
Should I just go kill myself?
Yeah, I played that fight really once. After that, we can call out the guy in your chat who said we're gonna lose this game.
I love when that happens.
Yeah, I think he's Nostradamus predicting the future and shit.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I'll come help you in a sec. Sorry.
Bitten, twice shy.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Quickly.
Where's that Ryan guy? So, did you understand my answer? I'll go into McDonald's asking for a cheeseburger, and then when they ask you for money, you wonder why? These kids who have problems understanding this, they're always like 13 years old, man.
Agreed.
Oh man. I need to concentrate and stop talking to you guys.
Cold front coming.
Fuck my. Oh fuck. Dude, why did I change hockey like that? Do you want any items, Wraith King?
I rise again.
Double kill.
God.
Chop you down to size. I'll bury you. Yes.
He's so fast, dude.
Truly.
Man, I'm not playing well this game. I need to concentrate.
Chill wind.
This guy's mid.
I have solid intelligence on what is
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Yes. Agreed.
Deny. Deny.
Bottom.
Dead man drifting.
God, this axe is so annoying. R6K game's so annoying.
Yes. Adrift. A chill wind.
What the? Dorp.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done.
Cold front coming. Set the frock.
Deny, deny.
Illusion.
Axe is getting low. He's got 9 wand charges though.
Truly.
What?
Agreed.
5-minute runes.
For the dead. Adrift.
Gave you another word, Henry.
Quickly.
Bounty.
Killing spree.
Death march. Yes.
Oh. Man,
A chill wind. I have solid intelligence on what is to come. Cold front coming.
running towards you guys mid.
Come to bottom one probably.
Watching your top tower?
There's a ward. Where was the ward, Henry? Where's the ward? Okay.
Over here, probably.
There you go. Go ahead. Quick, 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 quick.
Double kill. Be mad at you.
I have solid intelligence on what is to come. Truly. Yes. Agreed. Going. The frost's cold front coming. Dead man drifting. Forward. Quickly. A chill wind.
Your middle tower's under attack.
That's bomb.
Yes. You should have known. Dead man drifting.
Killing spree.
Oh Jesus! Oh, oh shit!
Quickly.
Did I give this guy a ward? Oh, he didn't even have it.
A wyvern's bread.
Adrift.
Scared of PA, dude. There's a ward there.
Cold front coming.
That was not wise.
See, I don't have to ward if I just keep my wards to my cores, you know?
Stay frosty.
1 second! Oh god.
In the line of duty. For the treasure.
Double kill. That was not wise.
Their tri lane is much stronger than ours. Skywrath's a hero.
Risen. Temperature. Dropping. Agreed.
Skywrath's a hero. Okay. Duly noted.
A chill wind. Forward. Almost truly.
Holy shit.
So with the seals, mana. And the pattern.
Nice try, dude.
Forward. Yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Hey Kisuma, you said told ya enemy are strong. Well, the enemy are a bunch of 7k players. And you said that before you even saw the draft, man. So basically you just said something and then you got lucky. But it wasn't even like an intelligent or like educated guess. You simply just got lucky saying that shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I didn't hear what you said because you sound unclear.
Regenerate on storm, regenerate.
Okay.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. This is one of the things in Mega Kill!
Truly. Agreed.
No, I need to protect the Wraith King. He doesn't, dude. He doesn't have his ultimate, but they don't know that.
Man, I've had it earned for so fucking long.
I'm coming, Wraith King. He acts like he has his ult, but he doesn't. He's got a regen, Wraith King. Hey Hunter, I'm rank 1500.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yes.
Classic match ranking will be hard after easy game. So if you keep flipping coins and you keep getting heads, do you also believe that your next flip will be tails? It's gotta be tails. It's gotta be tails. The chances of tails is getting up higher. You know, there's a logical fallacy for this, right? It's called the gambler's dilemma. Axe says blink dagger.
This is worded, by the way.
Okay.
Don't know where. I mean, it's worded.
Cheers, Manav.
Your middle tower's under attack. What, not your job or something? Dire's putting up a barricade.
If Axe is showing top, we shouldn't do
Your
anything
middle
with
tower is
top.
under attack.
I'm heading with.
You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Coming.
Your top tower needs some help.
Drifting.
Your top tower is under attack.
Chill wind.
Oh, yeah, they knew that I was there. 15-minute runes are almost up. Understood. All caps.
Forward.
Your middle tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends can probably stop that.
Arms for the dead.
Dire structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Got one less middle tower.
Oh, dude, I couldn't TP this. Huh?
Agreed.
We have one fucking kill, man.
Dominate.
Do you think they have any words mid, Henry?
Did you find a word here?
Yes, we did. It was on that little obscure Cliff Teasy, please.
Like we haven't like made moves on the map for fucking like 8 minutes. I haven't earned at like 7 minutes or 6 minutes or some shit. I've gotten no charges.
Adrift. Truly. Quickly. Yes.
Can we ban the 13-year-old gangster who thinks he's cool? Thanks.
I'm gonna mute this one. It's really annoying. We just have bad teammates, I don't know, I can't play.
Do it with cold snap anyway.
That happens, man.
Just gonna get Hex and BPD and
Thanks, Vinny.
Problem is, Beastmaster needs to press all arms, and then Axe keeps making really bad map movements, but I don't have time to teach these people how to punish them. I need to give them voices to save it.
I'll keep an eye out. Agreed.
I thought he fucking.
Going. Quickly.
Mega kill.
Axe got his combo.
The top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's Henry. Raw Dota.
The top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there.
Adrift. drifting. Cold front coming.
Keeping your shrine. Kill, kill, kill.
Lord, an enemy. Oh my god. Look at that, man. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yay, we got a kill.
I can't even believe it. We should celebrate. Just get drinks or something. Party.
Alright, I got vodka right here.
The Lich is back.
Unstoppable!
Dude, it's 22 to 8.
Yes.
Yeah, why are those two guys in chat? They just keep talking to each other, saying the exact same shit over and over. Does anyone know? Is it even an intelligent conversation?
Dead man
Coming.
drifting. Stay frosty.
This one is not really nice. Oh, well, Axis here.
You don't think so? They're just mad? Yeah, I don't know why they just keep fucking talking.
Why does this guy walk on the axe pole?
Your middle tower is under attack!
Forward. Arms for the dead.
Oh.
Double kill!
I have solid intelligence on what is to come.
Wraith King didn't see the axe.
Holy shit.
Oh gosh.
Truly.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh shit.
Adrift. Going.
Can you guys smoke bottom?
What the fuck? I warded here and it's gone. And I even smoked when I did it.
Cold front coming.
TP bot and farm.
Here.
Dead man drifting.
This guy's really strong. He's gonna die though. Can we run to him?
Yes.
He's gonna die. We can kill.
Oh shit. I see you, Invoker. I see you. Oh, finally a good fight for us, dude. It was 22 to 8 earlier. We just got 9 kills. I wasn't there earlier.
This game was looking scary for a second, but I think we're good now.
With the storm speed.
Wind.
So scared, dude.
Truly.
What the? Oh my god! This is warded!
That was not wise.
Wah wah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Push bottom.
I
It's
like
gone now.
these troublemakers. The top tower is under attack.
From frozen waters, I rise.
That's fake, right?
Agreed.
The top tower needs some help.
You can honestly just go keep fighting.
Chill wind.
Killing spree.
Mid.
Quickly.
Bot, push bot.
I'll save Rax. One's here. You tell him to just push and I'll save Rax.
Fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait somebody. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The top tower needs some help.
We can try, we can try.
What the fucking shitty chain frost?
Push me, I'm fine. Push me,
Oh, what the? Where did he do that from? What the? I can go for storm spirit. Nice job.
GG, man.
Dude, we're freaking winning this shit.
Shout out to that guy in your chat. So we don't know.
Dude, when people in chat make those kind of comments, it makes the winning feel way better. Sorry, there's a bunch of sound effects playing. Can you say that again, please?
No, dude, I'm so quiet. I'm sorry. I was just saying I was gonna take Rax. I didn't realize we could just throw them.
Yeah.
He's not so rich.
Enemy is so strong. Told ya. GG, guys.
Trying to work on not being so quiet.
I think it's just the distance between your
Yeah,
mouth
but
and
the
your
problem is,
microphone.
listen to this. When the mic is close, you probably hear me good now, but listen to this.
Okay.
You hear that?
I don't mind the keyboard.
Some people go berserk, dude. They
Yeah.
hate it so much.
Do you use like audio filters? I use a whole
I
bunch
don't
of
use
filter it out.
anything.
Oh, you
I
don't use
legit don't
anything?
use it.
Damn, dude.
I literally just plug in the mic and play. I don't do anything.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna send you, you use OBS to stream, right?
Yeah, I use OBS. I tried, but I couldn't get anything that helped. I tried following guides. Go with the terminus, but the little things you can do in OBS. I don't remember what they're called. But I couldn't get one to make it better.
Hold on. I know exactly the solution to your problem.
Yeah, I tried messing with the game. That's what it is.
you want to play another one, or are you done?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break.
Okay, before you leave the party, let me just send you a link. So it's reaper.fm/replugs. And you want to install the VST. And then you install it in OBS. I can't remember exactly how, but it's super easy. And then you just configure it, and there's a bunch of filters and shit that will they'll reduce a whole bunch of the noise coming from your microphone. And people used to complain about my mechanical keyboard all the time, but then I started using those VST plugins, and people never really talk about it anymore. And it's the stream quality is way better. It's in party chat.
I just download this and it does it automatically, or what do I?
No, you have to configure it. I can't remember exactly how, but it's really not too hard to configure. You just need to spend like a good 30 minutes or something like that, just trying to figure it out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, your microphone audio for all your stuff is gonna be way better, guaranteed.
You want to friend request me, or you just don't want to remove anyone?
I think I tried to add you, but don't think it worked. Did you try to add me?
Yeah, you have to just add through Steam Community. You might be having a UI problem. I have a UI problem right now.
Yeah, I have a UI problem too. We'll figure it out. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks for the games today, Henry. It was great playing with you. We should play again soon.
You too.
Have a great day.
You too.
Hello, stream. I'm actually done playing for today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? So, Kasuma, I hope you learned a lesson today, man. Like, actually, I don't make those kind of predictions, especially when I don't really know what I'm talking about and I don't have enough information. And remember this, gambler's fallacy. Hey, bro, what the fuck is that fucking blue bubble roaming around your screen? What are you, like 14? Anyways, it's an eye tracker. See you later, Valentine. Give me some comments, guys. I'll stay here and talk to you guys for a little bit, but then I'm about to end the stream, so there's no more Dota 2 games for today. I'm not sure if he was talking about the bubble or was being very rude. It could be both. Glad you enjoyed the games, Henry number 2. See you later, Roshan. Rain? What rain? What are you talking about? You're trying what? If you're trying to use sound effects, only people with at least 20 hours of watch time can use sound effects. So, you can't just be in here, first day, never really contributed or watched shit, and then just start spamming shit. Nah, it doesn't work that way. Do you know why OD make Veil first item? Well, let's ask him. Henry Radoda. Well, Henry, if you're still watching, why did you make Veil first item? He was the OD in my game. Do you analyze game of other people if we send? Yes, I could. If you want to pay me some money. Definitely don't do it free. GG. Have a good day, Blend. Oh, you're getting close to 20 hours. You'll be able to use sound effects in another 2 hours or so. That was a pretty good day, guys. Oh, Dota 2 game coordinator's down anyways. Where do you send it? Hold on, I think it's exclamation mark donate, or is it donation? So in the description of the stream, there's two different links. One is for PayPal. You're supposed to use the Stream Elements link, and if you use credit card, then it's supposed to be the Stream Labs link. Yeah, either one of those two, really. What is my MMR now? Hold on, Vinny. Let's have a look. I don't know if this is updated, so I'm either 5679, which is updated, or I'm 5.7k after the last game, which may or may not be updated. You know what I mean? Game ID, where do I send it? You send it to me. You just type the numbers here, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, just like that. It's updated. How do you know? Sounds good, sure, yes. That was actually a pleasant experience partying with Henry today, guys. I got carried 3 victories. Feels good. I remember you were around 5650 or something. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Good memory. Hey, Daydreaming, we are done playing Dota 2 for today, so we're just chatting a little bit before I end the stream. Original and best. Well, who's older? We can decide that through either age or MMR. 3 more like? Okay. Guys, do me that favor. Hit the like button for me if you enjoy the stream. Thanks. Glad you like the support games, Shreyas. You know, Shreyas, I'm actually a carry player. So if you look at my top heroes, Jug, Marana, Sven, the line here is Drow, Spectre, Lina, Ursa, Shadowfiend. I actually mostly play carry, but I prefer to play support these days. Sad you missed the stream? Well, you gotta get here earlier, son. I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions. Please comment my question slightly up. Can you just type it again for me, man? Make it easy for me. 66 likes currently. That right? Well, let's have a look. Wait, I will like my own stream. I can do that. Oh shit! Somebody just hit it again. Now we're at 71. I'm a fucking 69. Thanks for the like, guys. Suppose so. Nah, it feels so weird pressing like on your own video, you know? I feel like I'm sucking my own dick or something. Haven't eaten any food today. Gonna get some lunch in a bit. Ah, what should I eat, guys? Subway? Nah, I don't really eat carbs. Do you plan on playing professional Dota 2? Not really. I think it's so hard to be like professional Dota 2 player, right? You can't really see right now, but like, well, let's say there's 10 million Dota 2 players. So if there's 10 million Dota 2 players, out of those 10 million, only about maybe 100 people will be so good at Dota 2 that they can make money playing competitively, right? 100 out of 10 million. And I think for the people who actually do make money, they're generally at least 7k MMR. Most of them are like around 8k, 9k, you know? So to actually reach that MMR is so difficult. You have to be so hardworking and really intelligent to get to that level. And I just want to play for fun, you know? What do you think about if the Ancient and Rax had defense effects? Like if hitting Ancient silenced heroes for 1 second and if Rax dropped a Mega Creeps or something like that after every few hits? I don't think your idea is that great because like right now, like if you do that, that just makes the defense stronger, right? Like it's harder to push high ground, right? So you know what that means? It means that people will just start, rather than having like an action-packed Dota 2, people are gonna buy Midas, people are gonna play Spectre, people are gonna play Faces Void, all these super hard carries. Phantom Lancer, right? And then Dota 2 will be more like a rather than objective team fighting based game, rather to like a farm build game. That's what would happen if you implemented what you suggested. How many Dota 2 games? Hey Chaitanya, I have played maybe 10,000, 11,000 Dota 2 games? What's wrong with that? Tomorrow's World Sandwich Day? Are you serious? What are you talking about, Vinny? What's wrong with Subway? I just don't eat carbs. Do I have any plans for Halloween? No, not really. I'm just gonna take it easy. I'm too old to trick or treat, you know, or go clubbing. I'm done with that shit. What if a team that is unknown invites you to try play pro? Would you try it out? Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to try, right? Why not? We outnumber you, we outnumber them all. Wait, that's from a hero. Which hero is that? I can hear it. I can hear the voice in my head, but I can't remember the hero. PL. Ah, right. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I just couldn't put a face to that the voice, you know. Glad you understand, Henry. Yeah, a lot of little things that you do will change the impact or how games play out a lot. So that's why when Ice Frog makes changes, like, he has to really think about the consequences and the effects of his actions, you know. Don't they celebrate Halloween in Canada? Yes, they do. When I was a kid, I used to run around, knock on people's doors, trick or treat, get some free candy. Now I don't really eat much candies, and I just rather stay home and relax, you know. I mean, I'm not really interested in candy. It didn't taste good, but it's just unhealthy, right? You guys got it. How do you select a support which you want to play? Well, I mean, I guess there's two ways to go with this, right? I mean, you play a high win rate support, and you can be a hero spammer and, you know, just jerk off whatever the flavor of the month is. Or why don't you just play whatever you have fun with, man? Or you can learn how to counterpick and synergize or some shit like that. And there's so many ways to approach this problem, right? Wish there were Halloween here. Well, you know, Vinny, you can start your own Halloween, buddy. You can put some white skin cream on your face. You can dress up as a white person in India. That is strange, isn't it? People will look at you. You might even be scared. What the fuck, that guy's skin is white, but he looks brown. And he talks like a brown guy. And his skin doesn't even look natural. Yeah, knock on people's doors. Say trick or treat. Demand candy. You can start a revolution! Dota's normal now? I don't know what that means. We'll get slaps for that instead of candy. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to do to Vinny here, but don't tell him that. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun today. If you haven't already, hit the like button for me and subscribe if you have not, and turn on the bell notification if you want to know when I go live. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be real close to 8 a.m. Pacific time. I'll see you guys then, okay? Have a great day or great night.